The Southland Conference Tournament. We got the men's action with session 1 of the tournament starting right now. Good evening, Chaz Navarez, Natalie Kelly, Tick Price along with us. Tick, we do this for a second year. We lose a partner, but we gain another. Natalie, she's got some big shoes to fill.
Oh my goodness, but she's a good go-to.
She is. So that's a good pinch hitter.
She's pro. She's a pro. So we're going to look for professional things from you tonight.
I got
pressure.
You. I got you. I'm definitely in pressure, a lot of pressure. But like you guys said, very excited to be here, very excited to work with you all. But y'all see how they do the newbie?
Yeah, of course. Of course. Well, we were once newbies, too, last year.
That's true.
They threw us into the fire.
Only right. I'm next.
Yeah. We're going to be here with you all week long. Of course, the traditional broadcast is going to be over on ESPN+. We're going to have you here for pregame, halftime, and postgame with all of the coverage you could ever want. Let's start with Houston Christian. These are two second-year coaches going at it. For Craig Doty, he's kind of had to battle some injuries, but they have found a way to get here to the Southland Conference Tournament.
And this is a team that has won 4 of their last 6 games. We've talked about it, the adversity that they've been able to fight through. They've done a great job in that last game being able to pull through and get here to the conference tournament.
Well, you think about it, Tick. It was, a 3-way tie? There was 3 or 4 teams battling just to get into that last spot in the Southland Conference Tournament. UIW falls to SFA. Houston Christian able to get the win. Basically a play-in game to get here to Lake Charles.
Now, are we calling them Houston Christian or HCU tonight? Because right now, I know him as HCU, and Coach Doty is one of the best coaches, unheard of coaches in the country. What he's done has been amazing. I think that he'll have his players ready to go. We're going to have a really, really good time watching them play, but also listen to Natalie give her comments.
Look here, you were talking about Houston Christian or HCU. I got a job for you. I want you to walk over to the Leprechaun and find out what he calls them, Houston Christian or HCU, and enjoy the hot dog while you're at it.
That's true. HCU now with the Leprechaun. Like we talked about it seems as though they kind of had the luck of the Irish. Yeah. They're trying to draw on that as well.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Look, again, we're going to be here with you throughout the duration, pregame, postgame, and halftime. For New Orleans, let's get into them a little bit. Second year for Stacey Hollowell. This is a team that had a chance at the 4 seed. They dip all the way down, and they have to play here in the first game of this one. But they're led by Colton Benson. But a guy you're familiar with, Jacavian Buckley, coming off one of his best games of the year, a double-double versus former team.
Truly, and second double-double where he was able to have 28 points, 13 assists. He's a player that is phenomenal for UNO, a player truly alongside Benson that's truly that dynamic duo, but you also throw in MJ Thomas in that mix, and you kind of have a 3-headed dragon for the Privateers.
Yeah, you do. But Javion Buckley, I mean, he's going to hit the open man. He's got mirrors. He plays with mirrors. He's very good handling the ball, but he does a great job. But Benson is a deluxe shooter, probably one of the best shooters in our conference.
Look, they're extremely talented. I think Coach Hollowell's done a really good job. This is a team that's playing really well here as of late. Another guy that probably doesn't get talked about as much, guys like MJ Thomas, but a guy I like, Churchill Abbas. He can provide you a big presence and really do it for you.
And he's truly shown that all-defensive team in the Southland Conference for New Orleans. He's been, like you mentioned, really big for them, especially in that interior.
Yeah, well, he's going to block anything in the paint. He's a human eraser pretty much. He doesn't bring anything, let anything come in, but also he's a monster on the glass. He's going to rebound, but anything in the paint, he can finish very well with right hand, left hand.
For me, I think this game really comes down to guard play, whether it's Colton Benson, Jacavian Buckley, but for Houston Christian, this is going to rely a lot on Kylan Green.
And he's just one of those go-to players for HCU that really has to come out to a great start in this contest for them to gain some momentum early.
Well, Galen Green, to me, is going to be the key to them winning today.
I'm with you. All right, before we get out of here and we send it over to, you got to go on over to ESPN Plus for the broadcast. We got our guy Brian Burton and Dave Saltzman. They're going to have it for you over on ESPN Plus. Quickly, Tick, we'll start with you some keys to the game.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, UNO, one, has got to control tempo. Davian Buckley is the kind of guy you watch him play. He's very methodical, but he's got mirrors. He sees everything that's going on the floor. I think he's going to be a big key. but the Benson kids got to knock down shots.
Natalie, what say you?
And I'll just transition to HCU. I think they're a team that you kind of have to stay in the fight on that rebounding battle. You cannot let too many players like MJ Thomas have too many offensive rebounds in this matchup.
All right, we're out of here. We will be back with you at halftime and postgame. We'll have all your coverage then. We'll talk first half coming up at halftime right here on the YouTube channel. Head on over to ESPN Plus. Dave Saltzman, Brian Burton going to have all the action for you there on ESPN Plus. We'll see you at the half. It's halftime between Houston Christian and New Orleans. It is game one here at the Southland Conference Tournament. Chaz Tavares, Natalie Kelly, Dick Price, 34-33 UNO with a 1-point lead. This has been a dogfight to start.
And we really knew that it was. We talked about it, just how close this matchup is. Both teams are really doing a great job of emphasizing getting the ball in the paint.
You know, this is a game I love watching. Two teams willing to grind it out. Pace is a big key to this game. Who can withstand the pace, who can cut down on turnovers, but more importantly, who's got the most drive to finish that second half strong.
Yeah, look, this has been a lot of fun to watch defensively for both of these teams. I told you guys this. For me, this plays more into what Houston Christian wants to do, especially, since they've lost Elijah Brooks, obviously, halfway through the year. That took a lot of their scoring away. Houston Christian's averaging about 66 points a game. New Orleans about 77 points a game. So this plays right into the hands of Houston Christian. You have to kind of like where you're at if you're Coach Doty.
Yeah, well, when you look at two teams play like this, we had a thing we used to call kills. Are you familiar with kills? You got to make 3 stops in a row and have a total of 7 stops if you in the game, or 7 kills. If you get your 7 kills, you'll win the basketball game.
And that's absolutely defensive-minded. That's especially what HCU has to do. You saw early in this contest they did a great job of doubling down in the paint against New Orleans. Kind of slowed them down. New Orleans was able to kind of break through midway through that first half and kind of get some things going. But for HCU, they've done a great job of applying a lot of pressure on New Orleans defense, continuing to get to the rim.
Let's take a quick look at some of the numbers here real quick. Scoring-wise, for New Orleans, MJ Thomas, that was a guy I said that I thought was going to be key for New Orleans. He's also picked up a couple of boards at 4 rebounds in this one as well. 7 points for Colton Benson. They've kind of kept him at bay for the most part.
They've done a great job of kind of applying a lot of pressure on Colton Benson, not allowing him a lot of space. We talked about it before the broadcast. He has a very quick release, but they've done a great job of smothering him, kind of forcing him to drive a little bit more than he's used to.
Kendrick Osby's also tossed in a couple of really tough buckets for New Orleans. He's got 6 points. Just 7 turnovers in the early going. I think that's been a big killer for the New Orleans offense. Obviously, not hitting at the pace they want to. I think those turnovers have a little bit to do with it. Though you flip it over and, Houston Christian hasn't really been able to turn those turnovers into points. Only 4 points off those 7 turnovers.
Yeah, but when you look at this game, these two teams are like carbon copy of themselves. I mean, if you did not know what team was which, they didn't have the name of the school on their jersey, you would not know who's who. You got 2 quality coaches, very good young coaches, but they're well schooled in teaching their kids. I think out of a timeout, Coach Doty ran a play for the inbound, a double down for a 3. Told me right there he's well prepared. His kids are well prepared as well.
The one thing that you wanted to hit on was the success inside the paint game, the paint touches for New Orleans. What have you seen so far with that?
Right. For New Orleans, they are successful when they get in the paint.
Right.
Their interior scoring is huge for the Privateers. One thing that we've seen is from MJ Thomas doing a great job, especially offensive rebounding, making sure to get some extra second chance opportunities for New Orleans, but a lot of easy points that they've kind of missed around the rim.
Yeah, I agree with that. But, of course, you're going to talk about around the rim because that's what you want to play. But I'm going to go the other way with it. Looking at the paint, I think New Orleans has done a better job. They're all rebounding HCU in the paint. Who can withstand the physicality of this game?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big part moving down. A guy we have not talked about that has really been the storyline of this game so far is DeAndre Samuels. Game-high 15 points. Feels like everything he's thrown up has gone in. He's 5 of 7 from the floor. He's hit a couple of three-pointers. He's looked really good here in the early going and some really tough buckets as well.
3 of 3 from the three-point line. We've talked about it. He has truly stepped up in this contest alongside Kylan Green, kind of chipping in some points here and there. But overall, Samuels has really been the it factor for HCU.
I will say, for me, when you look at Houston Christian here in this second half, they're really going to need to do a little bit better job. Kylan Green. He's turned the ball over a little bit too much for them to continue to have success. He's going to have to limit those turnovers in the second half if they want a chance for me to win this one.
I agree, but Green has got the ability to make a strong push the second half. And I expect a lot better performance. You know, when you first game of a tournament, there's some jitters.
Yeah, there is.
And you got to play through that, and I think he'll do that. He's a very good basketball player.
When you look at this as a whole, what do you think each team needs to do? Well, I guess we'll start with Houston Christian in the second half.
For Houston Christian, you kind of want to continue what you've been able to do. You've been able to slow down the game. We've talked about it. That's going to be key for them, especially going into this second half. But also, I feel like you have to get better on the boards. You have to box out and limit New Orleans on those offensive rebounds.
Yeah, I think the second half, though, the big key is making sure you execute your offense.
Yep.
You can't start going one-on-one because that's not the way they play. They got to stick to their philosophy. And for the most part, they will because of Coach Doty. But for either team, you have got to be able to show some toughness and the willingness to win. You're in tournament play now.
You in tournament play, baby.
Yeah.
For New Orleans, they've got to find a way to somehow get Colton Benson some more looks. Now, Houston Christian's done a good job on the perimeter of limiting those touches. Just doesn't feel like they've gotten him the ball enough in space.
Right. Spacing was one of the things that I was really going to try and emphasize. Spacing-wise, he just has not had the opportunity to really get his shot off. Give credit to HCU, really doing a great job with him, especially in that first half. But you've got to have a little bit stronger, especially if you're going to try and continue the pick and roll.
You know a little basketball. We were watching the first half. Nelly and I sitting here, and I said they don't have good spacing. You just brought it up. So I think Nelly must have told you that. Because we did. We talked about it.
Okay.
No, he got that all on his own.
Okay, so I got something better for you. So we were talking about the leprechaun, right, in our pregame segment. So I actually tracked down the dad of the leprechaun. Fun fact for you, that is actually Coach Doty's brother.
Wow.
It's his brother's son, so it's his nephew.
Okay.
And I asked him the backstory behind the leprechaun, and he said, we're bad luck. When we go to the games, he said, they've lost 7 of the 8 of the games we've ever went to. They live in Washington,
Yeah.
And he said, so my son looked at me and said, well, I'm just gonna wear a leprechaun. We're gonna have about the luck of the Irish. So he wore the leprechaun outfit, and well, look at them. They're right here in it. It's a 1-point game at halftime.
Right, it's playing in their favor. So good to see. But that was a great idea for him to dress as the leprechaun.
I guess you have to try something, huh?
Right.
Yeah,
We talked
that's
about
right.
the confidence that you needed to do something like that. They definitely got it.
I told him Dick wanted to come have some hot dogs with him.
Well, I might would because I am kind of hungry.
I guess we got to get out of here and let Tick get him some hot dogs. All right, really quick, final keys for both these teams as we get ready for the second half.
Both teams have got to show some fight, fire, and desire. In tournament play, you got to raise your level of play. It's plain and simple. There's no free tomorrows when you get in this position. So you got to take advantage of every opportunity that got you here.
And we talk about it all the time. In March, it's tournament season. You have to have a different level of intensity for you. These are teams that have matched up twice already this season. You've got to go deep into your bag. We talked about challenging Colton Benson and really get going in this contest, and he has to.
I think that's my favorite part of the new Southland Conference scheduling format is these teams. This will be the third time these two teams have played. You know them. There's no ifs and buts about what anybody's going to do. Not much change in between 3 games.
Well, the players know each other. The coaches know each other. Now it comes down to execute your game plan. They scout each other, so they'll tweak the offense a little bit once they get in tournament play. But for the most part, guys coming off that bench has got to contribute too. You can't count on your starters.
We got to go get Tick some food. He's hungry.
We got to have it with chili though.
We got to get you a chili dog, huh? All right, we're gonna get him a chili dog, and we'll see if we can get one as well. The traditional broadcast over on ESPN Plus. We'll be back post game. It's more of the Southland Conference tournaments. First game is in the books here at the Southland Conference Basketball Tournament. How about it? What a first game we had. New Orleans and Houston Christian. New Orleans ends up pulling away. They get the 73-60 win. We'll start with initial thoughts. What'd you think of it?
I truly just believe that New Orleans just really had a great second half. They really came out. Give credit. We talked about challenging Benson to kind of step up in this game, and he did. That three-point dagger that he had kind of early in that second half was really what got things going for the Privateers.
Yeah, and when you look at it, it kind of is a tale of two halves from what we saw offensively out of both of these teams. When you look at it for New Orleans, nearly 40 points in that second half. They completely flipped the script and were able to get things going offensively in the second half.
Well, you know what you got. Hey, Michael, how you doing, big fella?
Hi, how are you?
You know what you have is this monster right here that just showed up. He stepped up his game like he got championship on his mind. Yeah. Great job today, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, we got MJ Thomas of New Orleans here with us. Look, it's your 12th double-double your career, your sixth double-double this season. What were you feeling out there today?
Man, I was feeling we got to get this championship, man. I had motivation coming in. You know, I saw the first team committee, my teammates. You know, hell of a job for them, but I had a chip on my shoulder today.
What is it for you versus Northwestern State? That's now two double-doubles against the demons.
Man,
or Houston Christian, I'm sorry.
It's all love to them. Hell of a team, hell of a coaching staff, but I had to handle business.
There it is. Tick, you got something?
Hey, I just love the way he plays. You play with heart, conviction.
Yeah.
You just keep playing like that,
Yes,
man.
sir.
You're going to take them to the promised land.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good job.
Appreciate you.
And then, honestly, just speaking on it, just seems as though it's just another day in the office for you. Once, like Jason said, another double-double for you.
Yes.
But the game was close towards the half. What do you really feel was the deciding factor that really shifted the momentum in you guys' favor?
We was preaching in halftime defense and rebounding. You know, that's my go-to every day, practice, every time, defense and rebounding. That's going to win you championships.
What's been the biggest difference for you guys? This is not a specific to this game question, but what's been the biggest difference for you guys from really the start of the year and the start of conference play to where you guys are at right now?
I believe confidence. You know, we played Houston, those big Power 5 teams, and it's getting us ready for this go round. So
I got one question, man.
You never know what this is going to be.
The question.
We're interested.
We're opening up the floor for you, Tick. There you go. All right, what you got, Tick?
How do you prepare from regular season games to now in the tournament? Is there a different preparation or same preparation you've always had?
You know, it's the same preparation, but different mindset. You know, we won a championship. You know, we hungry for a championship. This is my second year, only returner. So I told my coach, man, I'm not going outside anymore. So I'm just hungry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to see how hungry you are because you got to get ready tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
You got 24 hours.
Yes,
Get your
sir.
rest.
Yes, sir.
All right.
There it is. MJ, appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all.
Congratulations.
Thank
Maybe
you.
we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yes,
Great
sir.
game.
Congrats.
There it is. That is MJ Thomas joining us. Stick around here at the here on the Southland YouTube channel because of course we've got more post-game coverage. We're going to talk a little ball here in a little bit. Don't you worry. We're going to get Tick and Natalie's thoughts coming up. We've also got post-game pressers for both Houston Christian and New Orleans. That'll be coming up here in a little bit before we get you ready for tip-off of our next game between Nicholls and Northwestern State. All right, let's dive a little more into this game. Obviously, MJ Thomas with a great effort, but we talked about it. It felt like a complete switch offensively in the second half for what New Orleans was able to do.
Complete switch offensively, but I thought the turning point, and y'all may disagree, but when UNO went into their zone, that slowed it down. HCU missed some shots, and of course, they lost their leader too, their head coach, who makes some really crucial decisions. And I think the players are a little bit shook that they didn't have that leader on the sideline. So a combination of losing their leader and UNO shifting their defense to man-to-man defense. I'm sorry, zone defense.
Yeah, look, I think you're right on that. Something I want to go back to what you said in the first half was what New Orleans was able to do getting into the paint They had 18 points. It was 18 points in the paint at half. New Orleans ends up outscoring them here in the game. They get 32 points in the paint total for the game. What did you see what they were able to do in the paint? Obviously, it starts with MJ Thomas.
Right, once again, continuing to be aggressive. Offensive rebounding, he continued that in the second half. You really just saw also his teammates stepped up as well. We talked about it in that first half. Benson nor Buckley was really on fire like we normally see the production from them. They came out in that second half as well.
Yeah, look, Benson was really good. He ended up finishing with 14 points, hit a couple of three-pointers there in the end. Really, look, for this New Orleans team, they can just hit you from so many different ways. I mean, we look up and down the score sheet. Benson has 14. Jakevian Buckley, he has 14. He has 6 assists in the game, a couple of steals as well. MJ Thomas has 10 points. Like, you just go down the list. That's not counting Baduma, who had 9. Osby has 8. Abbas has 7. They're just it can be so balanced offensively, and when you're able to get that going, it can be pretty special.
It can be special because you can't key on any one person. When you look at MJ, though, his contribution as a whole for that team is invaluable. He does so many things, but in that paint, he's a tough matchup for most teams in this conference.
Let's talk a little bit about Houston Christian. Look, we talked about it. This first half was what they wanted to do. They were able to use their defense to kind of slow down what New Orleans wanted to do offensively. Obviously, losing their leader. Obviously, hope everything is okay with Coach Craig Doty. He didn't return to the sidelines. Hope everything's okay with him. What did you see from them in the second half?
I thought they missed some shots and they started pressing a little bit. I think that they had a few breakdowns on the defensive end. They allowed dribble penetration. Buckley was getting to the paint quite often, which was putting a lot of pressure on their defense. So I saw that being a big difference in UNO being able to win the ball game.
Yeah, look, when you look at it, they just weren't able to get to the bucket as easily as they wanted to offensively. That's a lot of this offense is, the dribble drive, trying to get into the paint. It wasn't there for them in the second half.
And that was a great adjustment by UNO to go to the zone. They truly did a great job of packing the paint, once again forcing HCU to try and take those perimeter shots. HCU was unable to knock them down, just couldn't really get much scoring power in that second half.
One of the things we haven't really hit on is the glass. New Orleans absolutely dominated Houston Christian. It was fairly closer in the first half, not so much in the second half. New Orleans ends up winning that battle 43-27, 11 offensive boards. That was key, especially when you look at it, second chance points, 11-0 in favor of the Privateers.
Right.
Well, to win, though, to get a victory, you got to be able to snatch rebounds and get second rebounds. Because when you get that second rebound, of course, if you can turn it into points, of course, that puts you at an advantage.
I know the big wants to talk about the bigs. Have at it.
Yes, I love it.
Hey,
what can I say? What can I say? I was just waiting. I was like, can we get to it?
As soon as I fired off the question, she was ready to go.
Yes, but I really just do think that UNO did a great job in this matchup inside the paint, in the interior. That was their focal point, and they stuck to it. The adjustments that they were able to make, you saw a lot of times they were cutting in, able to get some really good slips in that matchup. MJ Thomas was able to finish alongside some other key players that have stepped up. Honestly, balanced scoring from UNO. But overall, I feel like you still have to give credit to HCU. Just a lot of adversity that happened in that matchup that they had to fight through. Samuels went down early, kind of during that halftime break. Returned in that second half, but he just didn't look the same.
You look at it, you were just talking about, Houston Christian missing a couple of shots in the second half, and they started to press a little bit. Look, they ended up shooting 28% from behind the arc. That's a little bit of they shot 50% in the first half, 20% here in the second half. I think you hit the nail on the head with that one.
Well, sometimes I do hit the nail.
His head is already expanding. I can see it over there.
But
I'm going to have to get that trumpet player to give you a knock on the head.
I like to have the two where I can stick the hand all over here. Yeah.
That or the leprechaun.
There you go. Man. But this has been a really good game. That first game's going to set the tone, I think, for the whole entire tournament.
It'll be interesting to watch New Orleans because, and we talked about this in the pregame. New Orleans had an opportunity to get one of those byes and kind of slipped late. The schedule kind of got a little bit more difficult for them there at the end, obviously having to take on McNeese. They brought McNeese to the wire. Kind of slipped, I guess, quotes, and they kind of fell back, and they obviously had to play the first game of the tournament. They certainly have the ability to make that run and make it to the championship game.
And I think it was important just overall, just hearing that mindset that the Privateers had, hearing it from Thomas, just talk about how they're hungry for a championship, him being the only returner and just how much that meant to him to rally behind his team and get them going. And you really saw it.
Well, if you remember near the end of the year, they went into Stephen F. Austin and got a win.
Yep.
And to me, not many people can do that.
That's a tough place to play.
Yeah, so I think that gave them a lot of confidence to be able to go in there and get a win.
All right, now they've got to win 4 games in 4 days if they want a chance to win this thing. As the coach, how do you go after that one?
Well, first thing I do, we go back to the hotel, we get some food, get them in bed. And then tomorrow morning, we turn the page on this, start preparing, looking at film, come over here, walk through. Because every team know each other now. They played against each other. The coaches know each other. And so the preparation, everything is just locked in on what we need to do to win the basketball game. Scouting report says it all.
Well, you see so many coaches say we play with the 24-hour rule, but in a setting like this, that you can't do that. It's as soon as you get to the hotel, we got to flush it and get ready for the next one.
Get off your feet and get ready for the next one.
Feed them, get some food in their bodies, and get rocking and rolling. Again, New Orleans gets the win here on the first game of the tournament here at the Southland Conference Tournament. We are off and rolling. It looks like we're getting ready for our first press conference, and it looks like it will be the victors that will get ready to go first here in just a little bit. We'll bring that for you right here on YouTube. We'll have both teams, both New Orleans and Houston Christian, as they are getting ready to go. We'll send it over there right now. It's the New Orleans Privateers.
We're just waiting on Coach once he gets in here.
Bro, those fouls were ridiculous.
On all.
Sorry, guys.
Hold on.
Apologies.
Really?
I'm rushing them out and didn't realize I was supposed to be.
Coach
Coach is
you
here.
got Coach? You got Coach?
All right, we got Coach. Can y'all talk for a second? He said he's.
Can you
having
hear me?
trouble hearing.
Test,
Yo,
test,
yo, yo.
Hello.
22 checking
He
in.
can't hear a single thing.
Oh.
All right, hold on.
See if I
Testing,
can-
testing.
Hello.
All right, y'all are good.
All right, thanks.
All right, Coach, we'll get started with an opening statement.
First half, I thought we played well, really struggled to get stops. DeAndre Samuels was fantastic for them. Second half, we were able to kind of cut that off a little bit and rebounded the ball, I thought, at a pretty high clip. Switched defenses some, and they missed some shots, and we were able to get first shot rebounds.
This is a team, Houston Christian, in the last few years, y'all have not been able to get to the winning side against them, and tonight, obviously, we're able to pull through. Anything different just from this year's games to this one on the neutral side? Just your thoughts?
They had to send Craig off the floor for us to get a win. No, Craig Doty's a fantastic coach. My 2 years, we were 0-4 going into this game against him, and I've known Craig going back to 2017 when he won a national championship at Graceland, and followed his career at Emporia State, and kind of knew he was moving to Houston Christian. I was living at Houston at the time, and so he and I have been in contact a lot, and a lot of respect for what they've done there. They had injuries all season. They lost one of their best players early. Obviously lost Damari Williams here late, and they still found a way to win big against Lamar. So really good team, and hate that we had to see them first, but glad we could pull one out.
MJ, for you, player of the game, just what was working for you today and get a double-double? Just your thoughts on the game.
Going inside, having my teammates find me early inside, and just kept getting inside. So I feel like credit to coach, credit to Colton. Those guys was just feeding me.
Colton, for you, and you obviously draw a lot of attention on the defensive side. Just from your perspective personally, and then just as a team altogether, what do you think changed from the first half to the second half for you guys to create that separation?
We got more stops, timely stops. We had timely buckets. We started attacking more. TJ Cope was getting downhill, just putting the pressure on the defense and just letting it come to us. And as a team, I thought we did a really good job of just staying together, staying locked in and focused on doing whatever it takes to get a W. So.
Any questions?
Yes, MJ told me 10 points. You had 10 points and 12 rebounds. What was your approach in impacting the game inside?
Just keep going. Trying to get myself going inside early. I think that was the main key in my head. Just dominate inside, and that's what Coach was saying. We got to dominate inside, and I feel like if we keep doing that, we'll hold a trophy at the end of the year.
Okay, how did you try to give your team energy from both ends of the court?
I feel like that's part of my game: defense, rebound, energy. And when I bring the energy, I feel like it makes an impact for other players and for our team. So that's what I do.
Coach, tomorrow the challenge is Corpus. They've got some pedigree here. They've been able to win this tournament, and we'll have a little extra day of rest. Y'all have momentum from this game. Just your initial thoughts on the matchup and preparing for Islanders.
Yeah, the two games we've played have both been very physical, and we feel like we've got a good plan there, and try to do the same thing that we did at home, get to the line a little bit, knock down some free throws, and sit down and guard and rebound.
Anything else?
Coach, what changed in the second half? Because the first half it seemed like it was a really close, tight game, but the second half you guys seemed to really pull away, especially in the first 10 minutes. Was there just a different intensity on defense that came, or what did you see between the two halves of the ball?
Yeah, I feel like we changed defenses a little bit and kind of stalled them. They against the zone, they kind of looked a little discombobulated, and it was going to be a one-time thing, and we were going to get out of it, and then just kind of got us rolling a little bit. So we had some good offensive possessions to start the second half, I thought, and that kind of got us going too.
Anything else? All right, we're wrapping up there. Coach, players, thanks for your time. Good luck.
Thank you. Sorry about that, bud.
Game yellow.
Hang on. I said, do you want me to mute right now? Okay, and I'll ask him.
The New Orleans Privateers with your post-game presser, your post-game coverage here on the Southland YouTube channel. Looks like we're getting ready to go right back with Houston Christian taking the podium. We'll head back to the media room. Here's Houston Christian assistant coach.
Well, that
We're ready. We're good? Okay. Coach, we'll just get started with that.
No, awesome. First off, shout out to New Orleans. I think they really came ready to play. I think that there was a lot of things that they have shown to do well throughout the course of the Southland Conference season, that they really put it all together tonight. As far as our guys, and Love what our game plan was offensively. Love what our game plan was defensively. Just didn't execute. And we talked to our guys after the game was done. Sometimes things just don't go your way. All right, it's a simple game. It really is, but it definitely isn't easy. And when you play, a group of guys in New Orleans, they make your life difficult. A staff like New Orleans has, they make your life difficult. So all the credit to them. They have all the pieces in play to not only make a run but potentially win this conference tournament.
Coach Hollowell and his crew, they were just in here talking about their defensive intensity in the second half. Was that something that you saw from them, that they kind of ramped it up on that end, and what did you see out there?
Yeah, no, I thought they did a good job of changing defenses. I mean, I thought there was times where in the first half we were able to get our looks and be comfortable with what we had going on. In the second half, I think that they threw some different things at us that kind of took us out of a rhythm. We desperately needed to be able to make a shot to kind of stop the bleeding or get a loose ball or make a hustle play. And at every turn, New Orleans had an answer for us. And just didn't allow us to make that run to get back and really make some things interesting.
Samuels, for you, I think he had 15 in the first half, and it really gave you guys a spark on that side of the ball. Just to speak to his ability, I think he was fighting through a little bit of an injury too. Just kind of got shaken up at the end of the half there. Just talk about him and his performance.
DeAndre's a hooper. DeAndre is an awesome human being. He's a joy to coach. He's a joy to be around. I didn't exactly see what happened at the end of the first half, but he was slow to get up, and I think anybody that watched the first handful of possessions of the second half, Dre really had struggled to get up and down the floor. I think his ankle stiffened up on him a little bit, which is obviously tough. No secret, we were playing shorthanded in this game, and quite frankly, playing shorthanded throughout the entire course of this conference season. But when Dre's able to see a couple shots go in, he's talented. He can really play, and we love having him part of our program.
Last question I got for you. Just as you mentioned, fighting through that adversity of having some players absent throughout the season, and on the last night of the regular season, winning a must-win game to get into a conference tournament that's just a very competitive field. Just overall, looking back at the season and after today's game, what do you think that says about y'all's program, the players, everything involved with HCU men's basketball?
Yeah, well, it starts at the top. Starts with our head coach, all right, and anyone to watching the game, everything. Coach Doty was not feeling well, all right, to the start of the second half. He loves this program. He loves this athletic department. He loves this university, and he just wasn't feeling well, and by being advised by McNeese's staff, they decided that it'd be in his best interest to take him to the hospital. And at this time, that's all that we know. But, as we look at, what we've been able to accomplish over the course of 2 years here, with what we had the program that we had taken over to this point, it starts at the top, trickles down to the staff, right? But then it's the players. Our players have really bought in. I wish that we had more time. I really do. It was a very emotional locker room because there was very much a collective belief that these guys could get the job done. They believed it. The staff believed it. And it's just tough. It's tough, but that's March. That's March. And, we try to echo to them that, take what you've learned at Houston Christian University, everything that you do, and take those experiences, take those good times and lessons that you've learned, those challenging times, those mistakes that you made. Good grief, they make plenty of those. I make plenty of those. We all do, right? But to take those things into their next step, whether it's playing with us next year, or if they're exhausted their eligibility and they play professionally, if they're going into the professional world to carry on a job, take the things that you've learned and use those experiences. I think back many moons ago, my time as a collegiate student athlete, I wasn't half the player as our guys are. But the things that I learned, still carry with me to this day. The relationships still carry with me to this day. And, I'm very, very fortunate for that. I'm very, very fortunate to be a part of this program. And, we look forward to getting back to work, rebuilding this roster, and hopefully having some different types of interactions, these media interactions here in next year's Southland Conference tournament. Yep.
Is a Game 1 winner here at the Southland Conference Tournament. They are headed to take on the Islanders of Texas A&M Corpus Christi. That's coming up tomorrow. We'll talk about that one all a little bit later on. But we're about to have a game tip-off in about 3 minutes. Let's quickly get our thoughts. Northwestern State and Nicholls, what's your initial thoughts on that game?
I just think this matchup is just going to be as exciting as the last one. These are two very aggressive teams, and I think that's going to play out great. Also, you have two teams that are once again wanting to get to the rim.
I think the team that wins is going to be the team with the greatest desire. And that's really what it might come down to. Both teams are going to play hard, but who's willing to play the hardest? Both teams have coaches that push. I've seen both of them practice early in the year, and I'm thinking if they can carry this for the next 3 or 4 months going into the tournament, they have a chance. They made the tournament. I think both of you are right. This is going to be one heck of a ball game.
The fascinating thing about Northwestern State is they played so many, one-possession games there down the stretch. I'll be interested to see just how that plays a factor in this. Both games in the season, super similar. It was Northwestern State's sluggish first half, came out, dominated the second half, not able to do anything. Nicholls wins both games, able to hold off a strong Northwestern State second half. I imagine we may see something a little bit similar today.
I can only imagine with that. Like we mentioned, both of these teams, two teams that are very similar. But when it comes to tournament play, you've got to have solid games throughout. Like you mentioned, always kind of like a little sluggish first half, kind of picks it up in that second half. But when you have these teams that you've known each other, played already twice this regular season, attention to detail will be crucial.
Wow. The rookie's pretty good.
I know.
What can I say? You guys put me in the hot seat. I'm trying to step up.
She's done it. She's done a job.
Yeah.
She's done a job.
I got to give it to her. That was a good assessment of what both teams are capable of doing. They played against each other. They know each other. I think, though, I'm going to go out on a limb.
Uh-oh. Watch it.
Well,
the team that's going to win today is the team that makes the most points.
And that is that was the analysis you expected from the non-basketball coach or player here, just the rando, not coach giving us that one. The one who wins the most players, the one who makes the most buckets.
That's who's going to win.
who would have thought that?
Yeah, if you find a way to win without scoring the most points, you let me know, okay? There might be some fired coaches that aren't fired anymore.
That's a whole new game plan.
I noticed one thing. Both of you was waiting for some basketball knowledge. I gave it to you the best I could.
All right, we got 30 seconds. What's it going to take to win this game? Natalie, we'll start with you.
I think for Northwestern State, it's coming out aggressive early, making a statement early against the Colonels.
Coach?
I think Northwestern State is capable of knocking down shots. They pretty much gear their offense on three-point shooting. I think that Nicholls has got to contest that shot.
My biggest key, Northwestern State, if they want to have a chance to win, they've got to get off to a better start than they have in the last couple of games. Traditional broadcast with Dave Saltzman, Brian Burton. It is on ESPN+. We will talk to you at halftime right here on YouTube. We got Northwestern State and Nicholls coming up for you next at the Southland Conference Tournament. And look, Natalie Kelly, Tick Price. I almost drew a blank there.
It happens.
It's all right.
To the best of us.
I almost called her Van Jansen.
I'm still in his shadow, guys. I thought we worked through this.
Look. Whoa. Hey, old habits die hard.
I know.
All right, let's talk about this game. We've got a whale of a game here in game number 2. Northwestern State and Nicholls. Nicholls right now with a 1.25-24 lead. Tick, we talked about it. Sitting courtside. Holy smokes, is this physical?
Yeah, well, only the strong survive in this ball game. I mean, that's just the way it is. Old saying in the gym, come strong or don't come at all. That's how it is.
That's tournament ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They letting them play.
And that's the type of aggressive nature that you want to see your team have in March in this postseason.
All right, let's talk about what have you seen here to start in the early going. Natalie, we'll start with you.
I think the zone that Nicholls kind of came out to early in this contest did a great job. It affected Northwestern State early in the matchup. That allowed a lot of their key shooters to not really have a hot start like we talked about, what was a key to the game for Northwestern State. On the other end, for Northwestern State, midway through that first half, they did a better job of ball movement.
Dick, what you think of the first half?
I like the officials allowing them to play physical. This is tournament play.
Yep.
And if you're a fan, you're going to enjoy this basketball game. I love it. We talked about it.
This is good stuff.
Both coaches are the kind of guys that they teach physicality, and they're allowing them to show that tonight.
I'm with you. Something I talked about in our pregame was that I thought if Northwestern State wanted to have a chance, they were going to have to get off to a better start. They did not do that, but their defense was able to do a really good job. I was most impressed with what they were able to do defensively.
And it also kind of helped out that Nicholls kind of came off to a slow start as well. So overall, just a slow matchup between both these two programs that usually kind of want to keep it up-tempo, a little bit more physical like we mentioned, and normally that comes with a little bit faster pace of the game.
Well, both teams in the paint showed that the officials going to let you play, but not only that, when it comes to board work, I think it's about even in rebounding area.
Well, that's where I was about to go. If you look at our stat sheet right here, offensive rebounds, Northwestern State was 6. Nicholls was 6. Defensive rebounds, 12 for Northwestern State, 12 for Nicholls. We're tied at 18. It's dead even, dead locked right now on the boards, and that's what you want to see.
Yep. I'm going to address it like Kendrick Perkins say.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to address your statement like the numbers on your house. The physicality is allowing both, it's an advantage for both teams. The key is not wanting to keep big guys getting foul trouble.
Yeah, look, and you also talked about, when you go on to that, points in the paint right now, Nicholls with a slight 4-point plus 4 in that 12-8 in that category. The one thing we talked about pregame, another one of those that you mentioned, was Northwestern State's three-point shooting. They've shot 13 of them. They've only found the barrel on 4 of them.
Yep.
You got to start to find those if you want a chance to pull the win here against Nicholls, I think, in the second half.
Right, in that first half, only able to knock down 3, which is something we talked about unusual for Northwestern State. Their heavy shooters have to show up in this contest. Right now, you're being led by Joanna with 9 points in this contest, followed up by Izzy Miles, but you need some more production from your key players.
Yeah, you look at it, and, you guys that typically step up for both of these teams haven't been as good, at least not when you look at initial look at the stat sheet. I mean, look at it. Micah Thomas, who is one of the best players on the floor, one of the best players in the Southland Conference, he's 1 of 8 here to start. On the other side, the flip side, Trey English not off to a good start either.
Yeah, exactly. I was getting to Trey because Trey is a threat beyond the three-point line. And for him to go over from the field as well as from the three-point line, that has helped hurt Nicholls State.
Yeah, he's 0 for 4 and 0 for 3 from beyond the line. Yep. Also, he's also turned it over one time. It just hasn't looked like Trey English's game in the first half.
And
well, go ahead, and I'm going to tell you something when you're finished. Go ahead.
And just overall, the flow of the game for Nicholls, I feel like, hasn't been how it usually is facilitating-wise, or even just being aggressive. I feel like they've just allowed Northwestern State's defense to kind of slow them up a little bit, too.
What you going to tell us?
She's right. all I'm going to say.
Wow. Now I feel great. I feel great now.
Look, and I'm going to give it to you because he never told Van that Van was right.
I'm finally getting somewhere.
Yeah.
I told you it would take a day, and then we'd be off and rolling. I'm just saying. All right, a quick look at the stat sheet real quick. Right now, Landry Jumalan, he leads all scorers, 3 of 5 from behind the arc. He's got 9 points. Izzy Miles has got 7. A host of guys for Nicholls. Jalik Dunkley, he's looked really good here in the early going. He's thrown in 7 points. It looks like early on, Dunkley, who has had a rough stretch to end the year, looks like he's being a little more aggressive for Coach Sadler there.
And that's what's needed. He's needed to step up. And we talked about a little bit of balanced scoring for Nicholls, but just overall not at the magnitude that we've seen it at before. So it is good that you are getting some more points from Dunkley, having to step up, been a leader of the team this whole season.
Well, you know, they count on Dunkley, but other guys, when you see one of your teammates struggling a little bit, other guys got to step up their game, plain and simple.
I'm with you. It starts with guys like, Jalen Rice and Trey English and Sincere Malone and so on and so forth. Jalen Searles, another guy, right now just 2 of 7, not being able to really get it going. Look, again, the one thing that kind of has been interesting to watch for me in this game is you're waiting for somebody to make that little bit of a run. Right now, we really haven't had those big runs. We've had a 6-0 run. We've had a 5-0 run. When one team throws their punch, another team comes right back with another blow. Biggest lead for Nicholls is 5. Biggest lead for Northwestern State is 2. It's been back and forth the whole first half.
Yeah, I see that. The athletic director from Northwestern State.
You saw that too?
Oh, yeah.
How can we miss it?
he looked like Heath Schroyer on the sideline of McNeese games. He's up in the stand.
Yeah, oh, yeah. But even though I'm competing against the drums, hear me loud and clear. It's going to be a grinded out game, and it's going to have to, somebody's got to have some mental toughness to be able to overcome anything that pulls against them. Like that drum set right there.
I was just about to say, let's talk about your toughness right now. I really think you're winning the battle between you and the drums. You're winning the battle.
Woo, I can't even hear it. What did you say?
Look, and I'm going to tell you what. We talk about how physical this game is. This is a game that Coach absolutely loves. We're sitting here courtside, and he's grinning from ear to ear. I look at him like, man, this ain't my kind of game. This ain't the game I grew up watching, but this is the game Coach grew up watching. I look over and he said, I love this. This is how we want to play it right here.
It's like the old bad boys. If you come in that paint, you're going to eat some wood. That's the way it goes.
Look, and both of these teams are trying to get to the second day of this tournament, and both of these teams have been really good. Again, Northwestern State kind of went through that little bit of a spell where they were going through 8 games in a row where they lost by one field goal, 1 possession. So again, they've been in these kind of games before. Nicholls was just in one of these games against McNeese, not able to pull it off on national television. I think that could be a big key coming down the stretch. Northwestern State has been in these kind of games.
Yeah.
And experience is big. You mentioned Northwestern State being in these moments before they face the adversity. This is nothing new to them, which going into this second half, this will be crucial. Some adjustments, of course, do need to be made, but overall experience is big, especially in conference play when you're coming into the tournament time. Right now, they have that advantage.
Talked about Northwestern State kind of getting off to a slow start in the first half of both of the first matchups. It was 34-20 and 41-30 in both of the matchups already. So you can tell by that, Nicholls led in both of them. Nicholls 40 points and 34 points, well under that here today. We talk about, Nicholls not coming out shooting very well to start it. I mean, look, they're still shooting 35% to Northwestern State's 25%.
Yeah, it's a grinded out. That's what it is.
And again, when we're talking about a game of toughness, you mentioned it. That's what fans want to see.
Yep,
We're
right.
definitely seeing that right here, right now. But when it comes to a tournament time, it's survive and advance. So that physicality is going to play a part. Who can be mentally tough throughout this second half?
All right, before we get out of here, Coach, what's it going to take? Who's going to make a big play to get out of this one with a win?
I'm going to give the edge to Nicholls State. Although they struggled offensively, I don't think they'll continue to struggle. They just have too much firepower. The scout on Nicholls State is if you clamp down and pressure the shooters, they struggle. And that's what we saw in the first half.
In the first 2 matchups, it was Nicholls coming out with a strong second half. So I'll be very curious to see how that plays out. Northwestern State's also come out with a good second half as well. So I'll be very interested to watch how that one plays. All right, guys, we'll do it post-game. Go enjoy the game. We got a good second half coming your way. 25-24. Nicholls up on top of Northwestern State. Second half over on ESPN+. Welcome back. We have just went final here inside of the Townsley Law Arena. 61-47. Nicholls gets the win over Northwestern State. Chaz Tavares, Natalie Kelly, Dick Price. Coach, it started off as a sluggish game. You talked about it. That was your kind of game. Beat them up, grind them out. It did not finish that way. Northwestern State really played well here in the second half.
Made some real good adjustments, I think, at halftime. Coach Southland is a really good coach. He's underrated, young talent, good future. But his players play like they want to get to the championship game. They lock down defense, pressure on the basketball, made really good decisions offensively. I was real impressed with that second 20 minutes.
I really like what they did defensively, holding Northwestern State to just 29% from behind the arc, or just from the field in general. They really were able to create some havoc defensively.
Truly, they had a different level of intensity in that second half that we mentioned that was very much needed.
We're going to get Coach Tavon Sadler here with us, the winning coach here today, as they'll get ready to advance to take on Texas Rio Grande Valley tomorrow. Coach, go ahead and have your seat. Congratulations on the win. How you feeling? That was one you had to grind out a little bit.
I'm really proud of the guys, man. First and foremost, I got to give all glory to God just to be able to do this, So very thankful. But defensively, I'm really proud of them. To hold them to 24 points in the first half and double back the second half and hold them to 23 points. 47 points total for the game. Offensively, we got a lot of things to clean up, but defensively, I'm really, really proud of them.
One thing that really stands out to me is what you guys were able to do in the paint. 38-12, I believe it was. You guys advantage in the paint. What were you able to do? Was it something you were able to see and attack them inside, or how was that for you guys?
Just for us, we got a lot of different ways we could beat you. So to go win by 14, only making 5 threes, I'm really proud of our guys. But to dominate them in the paint, 38-12, credit to our strength coach. I always like to give credit to people. And then credit for our guys. I thought we cried and whined too much in that first half. We looked for a lot of fouls. In the second half, I thought we did a heck of a job of just adjusting the physicality and being able to finish plays down the stretch.
And you talked about that first half to that second half adjustment. What did you really see from your leaders in crucial moments going into that second half momentum?
I just kind of hinted on it. We kind of hang our hard hat on being tough. I thought the first half, we whined too much for fouls. The foul count was 11-0 at one point, and we all kept crying about it. But this time of the year, you got to take what come with it. And I always tell my guys, you got to love it. So for them to stick it out and come together that last 20 minutes, I'm really pleased. And I thought that first 4 minutes, I thought we won the game in that second half.
Coach, I think that your players got the message about whining, crying, looking for fouls. They must have heard you because they came out and played with some toughness. But it's a reflection of you, how you coach. I watched him in practice.
No.
He does not let up in practice. His kid's a mirror image of the head coach. Congratulations.
Appreciate you, Tick. Thank you.
Yeah.
Coach, obviously this is no stranger for you. Win a couple of games in a couple of days. What's going to be the next really 24 hours look like for you?
We need to get a lot of rest. We're really familiar with UTRGV. I got a big motivational speech for the guys. They came to our home place and they were up 25 at our crib. And so if that's not enough motivation, you're playing the wrong game. I can promise you one thing. We'll be ready to go tomorrow. I know they'll be ready to go, but 40 minutes to go to the semifinals, we'll be ready to go.
Coach, kind of tell me what you do now after this game, after win, knowing you got to play tomorrow. Kind of how do you prepare your team for the next day?
We'll go back and we'll get a really, really good stretch. We'll watch a little bit of personnel on UTRGV, and then we'll get those guys to bed. And then tomorrow morning when we wake up at breakfast, I have a really, really good staff. I won't get no sleep tonight. My assistants won't get no sleep. We'll put together a really good game plan, and at 10 o'clock in the morning, we'll tackle everything.
There you go.
Coach, congratulations. Thanks so much for taking some time. Appreciate you as always.
Thank you.
That is Coach Tavon Sadler.
Right,
Boog joining us here post-game.
Baby.
Nicholls gets the win, 61-47. Boog, of course, stand-up guy you talked about, one of the more underrated coaches you feel like in this league. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, Bugs is, well, we call him Bugs.
We do call him.
But, when you see him, he's Baltimore tough. He's from the East Coast.
Yep.
And those kids in Baltimore, I got a bunch of cousins. I used to go every summer there to play ball with them in the park. And he's pretty much a reflection of his community. They don't see a fight that they are scared of. They like to go to the fight and grind it out and do what they have to do. to win the ball game.
He's done a really good job there at Nicholls. Look, when you break down the stat sheet, I mean, look, on the boards it was pretty even, but that statistic, points in the paint, really has to stand out to you. 38 for Nicholls, just 12 for Northwestern State. That's a big discrepancy.
They did a great job of keeping Northwestern State outside of the paint. The stats just line up to it, and it's evidence of that. We talked about how in that first half, a lot of their key players for Nicholls just didn't really step up. Going into this second half, we saw Trey English step up. You saw Sincere Malone step up, and a few other key players in this contest. That's exactly what the Colonels needed to get and separate in that second half.
A guy like Jalen Rice was also really good in the second half. He had 10 points. He led all scorers in the second half. I was really impressed. 4 of 5 from the field there for Jalen Rice in the second half. I think we can all agree. You go back to about the 14-minute mark in this game, and that was really the turning point. Yeah. You know, you talked about what if Northwestern wanted to hang around in this game, they were going to have to hit some shots from outside. Absolutely. Again, you know, in this game they were seven of about 25 in this contest. Not able to hit enough, but you go back to that 14-minute mark. That's kind of when this game completely changed. We talked about it. It was 3 consecutive turnovers for Northwestern State. Nicholls able to turn that into a 6-0 run. Northwestern State gets a bucket, then it's another 7-0 run. It was really about a 5-minute stretch. That was all Nicholls that really proved to be a factor in this game.
Coach, you talk about bugs. He said that he told their kids they're looking for fouls, they're whining too much. It's a little bit more than that. If you go back in that locker room, paint is spilling off that wall because he really told them what the real is, and he doesn't hold back from doing that.
And you have to appreciate that as a coach. Like we talked about it for Northwestern State. You have the three-point shooting. That's really what your strength is. Just wasn't able to connect here tonight. But sometimes you just got to question, like, living and dying by the three. When Northwestern State was hot at the beginning of that second half, you saw the spurt and the run and the momentum that it had just kind of faded out.
Nicholls likes to get out and run. They're able to turn Northwestern State over 14 times. It turns into 18 points off of those turnovers, but 11 of those 18 coming in the second half. They really ramped up that pressure there in the second half, able to convert that specifically in that run into some transition points, get some points off turnovers.
Maybe I missed something. I'm not sure, but Nicholls won points in the paint, 38 to like 12 or something.
Yep, 38-12.
Ridiculous. So that might have been the turning point in this ball game.
Yeah, might be right on that one. 61-47, Nicholls gets the win over Northwestern State. Coming up in a little bit, we're going to bring you we got some guys here behind us. We're going to have the post-game pressers for both coaches with Northwestern State and Nicholls. That'll be coming up here shortly. We'll have it for you. I guess we can go ahead and take a look at the bracket that we've got. Take a look at first half, comes out with another nice second half. He has 12 points in that one. Tell you what, Willie Williams was able to do it. 6 offensive rebounds. Those were big. He ended up finishing with 11 boards in that one. Flip it on over to Nicholls. And, look, it was balanced for the Colonels. I mean, look, it's Sincere Malone with 14. He was kind of the star of the game. Jalik Dunkley had a good first half, also a really nice second half. He finishes with 13, and then Jalen Rice with 12. And we talked about it, guys like Trey English and Jalen Searles. There's a lot of depth and a lot of guys who can really get out and score for this Nicholls team.
That, and you put toughness in the mix, and then you come up with a team that got an opportunity to win most games.
That'll take you a long way.
Oh, yeah.
And I just really see, remembering just in that second half, just the nice pass that Searles gave, threaded the needle in transition to Jalen Rice, was able to finish. That's the type of plays that you need to see further in postseason play.
I still don't know how he got that ball there.
It was a great pass.
If I'm being completely honest with you, Nicholls just a little bit too much there in that first half. You mentioned it. They were going to have to spread the floor out a little bit, hit some shots from outside. That's what they want to do. They just weren't able to do that for most of the game, specifically in the second half.
Well, a big part of it too, you have to know your scouting report.
Yep.
When these assistant coaches put up the scouting report, the head coaches are looking at film. Now they're looking, how do I exploit weaknesses? And so I think Nicholls saw something in this game that they felt they could use to their advantage. And so this time of year, even though people know each other's teams, that scouting report and paying attention to detail is huge to get an opportunity to step to the winner's circle.
Again, coming up here in just a little bit, we are going to have both the winner and the loser, both Nicholls and Northwestern State. Coaches and players will be at the podium. We're just waiting on those at the moment. Again, our 2 winners today. New Orleans gets the win, and so does Nicholls. Two pretty decent ball games here today.
There was some great contests, especially to open up the tournament. And we just talked about it, how strong the Southland has been. We were able to see it today, some great games.
Now we get to turn the page to some women's games also tomorrow. A full slate of games tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Well, when the ball is thrown up, it's your show. She's waiting on.
I got to take over. I got to take over.
Natalie's going to be on cloud 9 tomorrow, huh?
Yeah. Well, I watched quite a few of the women games this year,
with you.
And I've enjoyed the double hitters especially. But I think 2 teams tomorrow will probably have an opportunity to do something special.
Yep.
And we'll get to Thursday in a championship environment. And Natalie pretty much knows that side of the bracket. I saw her a few times and listened to her a few times. And so I'm going to count on the Burgermaster to carry us on tomorrow.
Now I really got to step up.
Tick, you're not supposed to show your hand here.
Man, I'm going to do that. She's good. She's good. I mean, that's the way it is.
The real question is, do you ever get your hot dog from Mr. Luck of the Irish?
Didn't get a hot dog. I got a nasty nachos.
Nasty nachos.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
I was about to say, he switched it up on us. You
yeah,
did. You switched it up.
But you saw I ate about 2 or 3 and took it right to the trash can. Wow.
You should have got the hot dog.
I shouldn't have got anything.
Should have waited, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Be sure to bring the coffee tomorrow. It's gonna
need to.
We're gonna need it.
Yeah. It's gonna be a long one. Let's go ahead and take a look at that women's bracket. We're talking about some women.
Been able to do.
It will also be Nicholls and UIW at 1:30 there on the women's side. We do have Coach in the post-game presser. Coach Devon Sadler and a couple of his guys are in there. We'll send you back to the media room now.
All right, Coach, whenever you're ready, we'll get started with the opening statement.
I mean, first and foremost, I just want to thank God for the opportunity to play meaningful basketball in the month of March. To come out victorious in the first round, I'm really proud of the guys. The thing I'm most pleased with is holding a well-coached team to 47 points who has a really deep offensive package. Really credit to the assistant coaches and the guys just being locked into the scout.
You guys, it was a really back and forth start and really physical game to start too. Field goal percentage, just looking at it here from the first 36 for you guys, and then into the second half went up to about 55. Do you think that was just a result of getting some easy looks in transition or anything in the offense? Just what did you see out there?
I mean, I thought in the first half, we cried and whined a little bit too much about fouls. The second half, I was really proud of the guys. I think we won the game in the first 4 medias. We came out and got about 6 to 10 transition points, and from there, I think it got us kind of loose and comfortable.
For them, Thomas, all-conference player, he goes 2 for 13 tonight. I'm sure he was top of the scouting report. Just what was the message to the guys in defending him? You guys have seen him before 2 times this year. Just talk about that matchup and how you guys were able to be successful in that end tonight.
Micah Thomas is a really good player. He used to play at Nicholls, but I think it starts with these two right here. It was these two guys' assignment. I thought they were physical without fouling. I thought we did a good job of showing them multiple bodies, and I thought the guys did a really good job of helping the helper and making multiple efforts.
Since here for you, player of the game, I feel like you kind of led that turnaround in the second half on that defensive side, getting some easy looks in transition. Just talk about your mindset coming into these competitive postseason games and what you try to bring to the floor.
I mean, basically, I feel like my job for the team is to keep everybody together. So any way I could do that, whether that's either offense or defense. I mean, this time we need a defense, so I feel like me stepping up and bringing my guys with me together, I feel like that helped us.
And Jalen, for you, just definitely momentum swing into that second half. Just what was the message between the players in the locker room and just trying to turn things around and create some separation in that final 20 minutes?
Just trying to create energy with our defense. So I knew I could pick that up just, like you said, guarding. That was our assignment. So really just picking up on defense, start on defense.
Any questions?
Coach, you talked about the transition of the second half, how you started really moving the ball well. It felt like and that defense really stepped up in the second half. How important is that first 5 minutes going to be when you play RGV for the next game? Talk about getting out to a fast start.
I mean, I think it's going to be really important. I think styles make fights. They're one of the fastest-paced teams in the country, and so I think it'll be a really fast-paced game tomorrow. We got to do a good job using defense to create easy offense, but also we got to do a good job of picking our spots. We want to get out and run. They want to get out and run. 2 well-coached teams, so picking our spots will be really important in the first 5 minutes.
Coach, as physical as this game was tonight, how do you get your guys ready for another physical game probably tomorrow night?
I mean, they was up 25 at our place, so, I mean, if you're not ready to go tomorrow, you don't love basketball. I mean, we say it every day. In order to play basketball around this time of the year, you got to love it, And I thought the best thing our guys did, if you look at the box score, everyone had a positive plus-minus. So the biggest thing is just having an impact, So anybody that checks into the game, we want to have an impact. And some guys didn't play as much as they wanted to play tonight. They'll be ready to go tomorrow.
Any other questions? We'll wrap it up there. Coach, players, thanks for your time.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
See y'all tomorrow.
The Northwestern State guys, they'll be in there momentarily. Again, one thing that Coach Sadler talked about a lot in that postgame presser and his players, that it is clear they liked what they did defensively in this game.
Yeah. Well, one we found out tonight, college basketball is not cheer camp. I mean, you got to come with it. And if you got an opportunity to win a championship, no, I don't want to offend anybody by saying that, but that's the way it is.
Put that one on a quote card. College basketball is not a cheer camp.
Well,
that's a good one.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, you got to have some mental toughness. Natalie knows that, and you know it as well. But we sit and we watch teams play, but the teams that get to the victory circle is the team that's not afraid to take that extra or that knockout punch to win. And so when they feel competition and the resistance, they're going to keep trying to push through it and push through it.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. Just the experience of my own, truly, you really have to have a different kind of bite about you when it comes to to tournament play. Even in March, it's just completely different. Even in the regular season, the quick turnaround, the attention to detail, how crucial your scout is, and having to know it like the back of your hand, all of that plays a part in it when you have games day after day after day. Your body's getting tired physically, mind, mentally. You just have to stay locked in. And you're starting to see it. We'll see it in tomorrow. Once again, body's kind of wearing down. The fatigue starts to hit you. But it truly is the team. How bad do you want it? How bad do you want to win? How bad can you execute and get and handle business?
Yeah. Well, teams that win cannot allow themselves to be afraid of fatigue. You got to push through that proverbial wall to get to that winner circle.
And look, defense travels. You know, there's a lot of these coaches in this conference that are very hard on defense, and that's because defense travels. Mm-hmm. And you know, it'll be interesting because the one thing that Boog has mentioned it to us, mentioned it there in the presser. They're not happy about how that Rio Grande Valley game was when it was in Thibodaux. You know, they came in and were down 25 in that game. That's going to be interesting just to see on a neutral floor.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it because Rio. UTRGV. Whew, I'm tired.
There it is.
Don't do them like that.
There it is. Coach is going to sleep good tonight.
Man. They are. Coach Fennell, another good coach.
Another good coach.
I mean, when you see these young coaches coming in this conference, ADs are doing their homework with their hires. And Coach Fennell is a phenomenal coach, a good basketball mind, but he motivates his players and get the most out of them. This will be, again, against Nicholls State. Both teams will be tested. What team will surrender to fatigue?
And I think in between those two teams, those are two teams that are very tough.
Yep.
You have UTRGV, that is a team that has a lot of momentum coming into the tournament. They're a team that really midway through conference play, you really started to see their potential when they were able to put it all together.
It's like kind of two worlds colliding. Obviously, the offense of Rio Grande Valley, the defense, and what Nicholls can do defensively and disrupt that. That's going to be interesting to watch play out as well.
Well, I'm glad we got this seat where we can turn and look at the action. Only thing we don't need right now is the band and the guy beating the drum.
You add in a leprechaun and
who knows what you're gonna get.
Yeah, that's right.
This is the Southland after dark. We're getting there, aren't we?
Southland after hours, yeah.
Southland after hours. All right, looks like Coach Cabrera and company are in the post-game presser. So we're going to send you on over to the media room. We'll come back and wrap things up. But for now, Coach Rick Cabrera and the Northwestern State Demons there in the media room. It's the post-game presser.
All right, Coach. Whenever you're ready, we'll get started with the opening statement.
Give credit to Nicholls. They did a heck of a job defensively against us. I thought we defended well enough to win the game. I think we picked the worst day to have our worst offensive night. I'm proud of our guys for, competing and trying. Shots just didn't fall. It was a credit to their defense, but, we had some open ones that just didn't go in, and it's unfortunate. This is the one game you don't want that to happen, but it did, and you just got to learn from it as a coach.
It seemed like there was a good back and forth in the first half, and both teams really getting after it, especially on the defensive side. And there was moments where y'all had to lead. Through those first 20 minutes, what were you seeing out there? What was the from your coaching perspective, what was the message going in the locker room?
Well, I mean, I told them that this game is going to be won on the defensive end, and like that means by getting stops and getting points in transition, and we didn't do that. They got stops in the second half and got points in transition, so credit to them. But we didn't do that, and we haven't been a great transition team all season, but I thought. For most of the season, we've gotten stops, but we haven't gotten a lot of points in transition, and it affected us tonight.
Landon, for you, you're able to make some shots from distance tonight and really provide that spark offensively. Just talk about your mindset tonight and your performance in this game.
Just come in the game, just trusting the game plan, and just leave it out on the floor for being the last year with Willie and Micah, and just. Come out there being confident. Guys gave me the open looks. I let it fly. Shot with confidence.
And then really for you, obviously a very physical game inside. Just talk about the matchup, the opponent, and then just handling that through 4 minutes.
I wouldn't say they out physical us. I say we gave up a lot of second chance points though.
I got one, Willie. You came into the season injured. You came in late in the season. How did the season overall go for you following that injury?
It wasn't bad. Coach Rick, he was telling me day after day, like, we're with you. We're waiting on you to come back. He kept giving me confidence. I got down a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, but every day he was just keeping me in my head positive.
Coach, can you just speak on these two players in your institution these past 2 years?
Yeah, no, I mean, I told them, I said, I apologize that their senior year wasn't better, but these guys helped us have a pretty good win. A pretty good year last year. We won 17 games. The last time I was in this room, or the game before last, we were celebrating, had a great time versus Corpus. So it's not all bad. I wish they had a better senior year. But it's a lesson, and a lesson for me. I'm going to lose 2 good players. I'm going to hit the recruiting trail, and I'm going to get some dudes in this program.
And is that the plan going on to next season? Is that what you've learned through this season going into next season?
No, absolutely. Recruiting is the lifeblood of any program. When you lose good players, you got to replace them and add more. You get 13 scholarships, so you're going to see 13 good players next year.
Last one, Landon. How about you? What have you learned these past 2 years at Northwestern State?
Just there's ups and downs with it. You can't get too high, can't get too low. You just got to come every single day, the right mindset, ready to work hard, and that's just what I learned.
Anything else? Coach, players, really appreciate the time.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
That is a wrap. Appreciate Coach Rick Cabrera and company as Northwestern State Falls. Their season comes to an end. Day 1 is in the book. Yeah. This is the easy day, guys.
Yep. What we saw today, though, was an example of March Madness and March Sadness.
Yep.
One team is celebrating, the other team, you can't hardly get a word out of them. But it's like wrestling a gorilla. You don't quit when the gorilla get tired.
Got to keep the fight going.
Got to keep the fight going.
Got to keep the fight going.
You do.
I like where you're going with that.
Thank you. At least I got one person.
See, I appreciate it.
Right,
I appreciate it.
Let's abort. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. We'll start with the women's side.
without the basketball. They're always cutting. That's something that's going to be big for Nicholls. When we talked about it, Nicholls did a great job of not letting Northwestern State get into the paint. They've got to do the same thing versus UTRGV.
Yep, it's important to keep that ball out the paint. Also, it's important to talk on defense. Also, it's important to challenge shots once it gets in the paint, but make them uncomfortable the whole game.
Guys, let's do it again tomorrow, why don't we?
Look forward to it.
One day down. Today was the easy day. Tomorrow we've got 4 games coming your way here at the 2026 Southland Conference Basketball Tournament. Natalie Kelly, Tick Price, our great crew here on hand. Thanks for joining us. We will see you tomorrow here at the Southland Conference Tournament. See you.